Hello, good afternoon, everyone. It's a post-lunch session, which is why we have a very exciting topic planned for all, which is blockchain for a better world. Sometimes discussions on the blockchain are either met with immediate excitement or suspicion. It's either the two of those things. But having said that, largely we have seen how the media covers the blockchain. We only know the surface of it, of like cryptocurrencies. There are these young dudes and girls trading some meme coins and NFTs and things like that. It's some magical, mysterious world out there. But the the main, aim of this panel is to just discuss how there are people and there is a whole world of people who have one foot in the blockchain, in the Web3 world, as we say, in the blockchain world, and one foot in the social impact space, be it public health, environment, or climate action. And we're going to hear from these folks who are going to be at a part of this panel. Joining me today is Devansh Mehta. He is the lead for AI and blockchain and public goods funding at Ethereum Foundation, which is a layer one blockchain, second largest to Bitcoin. We have Sejal, who will be joining us shortly. She also represents Allo Capital, that is basically wanting to understand how resources are allocated or can be allocated using this technology. We have Professor Prabhu, who's joining us virtually from IIT Madras. He's an expert in data engineering and automation, and he has a startup that's also applied blockchain to the medical world as well. And we have Dr. Ramnath, who is from the Blockchain for Impact organization. And lastly, Shubhranshu Chaudhary, who's a journalist. And he has been working with a lot of Web2, that is mobile-based technologies in villages. So I think the panel and the presence of people on this panel itself proves that blockchain, tends to attract people from all sorts of disciplines, be it doctors, journalists, economists, data engineers, and so on and so forth. So without any further ado, we'll divide this into like 3 segments so that it's more structured. The first segment we will just be reserve for understanding what is this blockchain, like what is a simple 101 explanation of blockchain, because things get really complicated otherwise. So let's get into that. Devansh, I know you're a journalist and you have a way of storytelling. So please tell us, what is a blockchain? What are some myths associated with it? And how can we debunk those myths,
Yeah, I think that's a good way to start, like with myth busting. So kind of like one of the things I hear is blockchain is like not an innovation, that it's just something which people have invented and it's all made up stuff. But it's actually solved a very technical problem in computer science called the Byzantine generals problem, which basically is how do we make decisions when we don't have a central person who's able to kind of direct or give orders. So kind of the name Byzantine general came from like someone is a general and he has to tell the troops where to attack. But how can those troops know whether to attack without a central like person telling them this? So it kind of solved this very technical problem which computer scientists had not known since the 1980s. So that's the first part. Like Bitcoin and blockchain have solved a very difficult question. Now, what are the implications of solving this very hard math problem? It basically like the first implication is that you can like have a currency without any central authority in it. So normally you have like a Reserve Bank of India, a Federal Reserve, and these are the people who manage the currency. But now, because you don't need a central authority, because you've solved the Byzantine general problem, you can actually have your own currency without any central institution which is responsible for like how much should be printed, how much should be done. Um, so that's kind of the first part of it, of like what is the math problem and the technical part. Now maybe I'll try then going into the more layman understanding of what blockchain is and how it can be used for you. How many of you have used AWS before? That's like not bad. It's about like 1/3 of the room. So I think the easiest way to understand blockchain is that it's a public database which anyone in the world can access and read, and you can pay money to edit the database or to basically make a new entry into the database. So if all of you are using AWS in your work, you can just think of blockchain as a more transparent way and a more atomic way of actually storing data. So when I was like, before I joined Web3, I would like rack up these like 60,000 rupees a month, like about $100 a month, or even more than that actually, in like AWS fees, even though I wasn't using it very much. Whereas in blockchain, like every single transaction can be recorded and you can only pay for that transaction. So it's actually kind of a superior form of AWS. So that's the other part of it. So blockchain is a database which is public. Anyone can pay money and make an entry to the database. So those are just some quick 101. Maybe you can talk more about like your understanding of blockchain and what it is.
Yeah, me coming from a medical background, we don't know nothing about blockchain. So yeah, so really we just know that it's a ledger system, and its application on medical field we just read about in some magazines, and it's very cryptic, like the cryptocurrency itself. So I mean, actually, it's a real eye opener for us to. We need to bring that information to public, and like you said, you need to bust that myth of what is blockchain, what is cryptocurrency, like how it can be applied. We just think that it is just about money transaction, but it can solve a lot of issues, especially transparency, accountability, and this whole blockchain for impact that which was started some 4 years back. It was just started with a tweet, Sandeep saying that blockchain community needs to do something for India during COVID second wave, and the founder of Ethereum, Vitalik, he donated money, and that has been used. We have spent nearly 70 to 80 million in relief itself in India, and obviously we didn't keep saying it to this thing, but it comes as a FCRA money. But it was raised on blockchain, and we also funded UNICEF to buy vaccine. Syringes for delivering COVID vaccine. If you look at every sixth person in India who has received a vaccine is funded by, the syringes is funded by blockchain for impact. So it has a huge impact, and we just know about other side of the blockchain, but I think we should really talk about it. We should really tell what exactly, demystify it. I don't know much about blockchain. That's the reason I want to tell that we need to know, and people need to know what is blockchain for impact is.
I mean, also now that we have some understanding of what it is, it's a public ledger. I always like to say it's like a shared Google Drive, like everyone just has all of the information open and it's there. But who are these people who are part of this mysterious world of the blockchain? Are they developers, and there are like different sorts of groups? Who are these people?
Yeah, so I think like my favorite way of explaining it is that there are three groups in the blockchain world. The first group is like the one which we all hear about. We call them tree gens, DEGENS. So people who do tree generate behavior, buy these meme coins, buy these like monkey photos for like millions. That's kind of the thing that the media reports on, because that's kind of, it's going to get clicks. So that's why they report on it a lot. So that's one group. The second group is regens, which I belong to. So these are people who believe in like regenerative finance. How can we redesign the financial system to be taking care of market failures like externalities, information asymmetry. So kind of, and the third group is like, they've been fighting since the 1990s. So that's the third group, which focuses on infrastructure and privacy tech. So I think so that's the first thing to know, that there are three groups. There's degens, who we all hear about, and that's what we think crypto is. But there's actually these other two groups who are working really hard and kind of who get less attention, but who are actually much more important once you enter the industry. Cypherpunks and regens. And I'll maybe end with like something which like resonates with me. So I worked as a journalist for many years in like central India where the Maoist rebellion is happening, and a lot of people would report their health issues like we don't have clean water and we're falling ill, all of those sort of problems. And we would then tell the government that, hey, in this war zone, the people are actually saying they need help. So this is called like the public goods problem. You know, like there are people who are creating value, like this organization I was working at, Shubhranshu will come soon. They were creating value, but they weren't able to capture that value. They had to keep applying for grants all the time, and they had to keep showing their value. That's because this is the market failure of externalities. And in the blockchain world, we see it most commonly with open source software. Open source software is actually like everyone uses it, like all the big companies, everyone is using open source software, but there's no way to actually give money back to the developers who are maintaining this repo. And we've actually seen some very harmful consequences of it, where a maintainer of a repo finally like got fed up of maintaining it, and kind of China managed to give him money and like introduce all sorts of vulnerabilities in it. So it's pretty dangerous to not pay the open source developers. And that's what the public goods problem in blockchain is. Like everything in blockchain is open. Like if I'm using a product, it's all open source. And what's exciting is that blockchain has created some sort of business model and fundraising model for open source software, which we haven't had since the 1990s. And now the public goods problem in blockchain is how do we actually pay for the open source software that we are building on? We'll get a model to apply it to the world and actually solve a lot of the problems and externalities and market failures that we see.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great segue into the next question I had is what are the sort of mechanisms being designed in the blockchain space that could be of use in the world outside and that are in fact already being used in terms of different public goods funding mechanisms, different types of voting or different ways in which communities organize. Can you give us some idea of what are these people working on and what is the major export of this blockchain technology?
Maybe you can start with that question. Like, how has it been different to receive a grant in crypto and in Web3 versus like the regular grants that we've got? Maybe you can talk about the differences here.
No, just it's very short. It raised in cryptocurrency, but it was so quick to transfer. If you want to transfer few millions to a funding, partner in India, it takes at least 15 to almost a month. When we transferred money to UNICEF, it was like 3-4 days, and it needed to be done so quickly because time was the essence. So it's possible. I mean, such things. It's possible in blockchain. That's what I know, and yeah. So
I think that actually brings up like an interesting point, which is do you first get permission and then do the action, or do you do the action and if the action is wrong, then it gets like, and only then you get investigated or something. So like normally if I have to get money from abroad into India, it has to clear certain rules and then only it comes in. But with blockchains, like first the money is sent, and then if it raises any red flags, only then does someone come and actually ask about it.
yeah, no, but in India, when we give money, it comes as any foreign contribution through FCRA. So we just always partner with our applying to all the government of India, regulations. But it is the process is faster. I mean, the transaction that time is faster. But yes,
The regulations remain the same. I mean, as an individual who's being paid in some of these currencies, I find like there's a very like playful attitude towards money, which is actually very refreshing because I came from the non-profit world where like it was like super serious. Money is this life and death thing, and like people treat it seriously. And here there's a more like playful attitude towards it. We have Sejal and Shubhranshu.
Yeah, who are our other panelists?
So, like, Sejal actually works in a place called Allo Capital, which has designed kind of new ways of distributing money to those who are working on the field and on the ground. So she's actually a perfect segue.
Yeah, I think before that we can just do a quick round of introductions. We just got into what it is. Sejal, you can start.
Hello. Hi everyone. Sorry for the delay. I'm Sejal. I work in um, the blockchain space. I got introduced to blockchain space around 3 years back. Um, I was always interested in because I was working at a startup, which always had to do a lot with giving grants or sort of raising funds, and that is why I was interested. Sort of understanding like if there is a niche in blockchain which is probably with funding, which is like you can understand more about raising grants and giving out grants. Sorry, I'm just running and coming here. And that's how I got into it. And I work with Gitcoin, which is, they build software on blockchain to sort of invent new mechanisms in how you can allocate capital.
At the Ethereum Foundation, which is kind of like a steward of the Ethereum blockchain, the second largest blockchain, the inventor of smart contracts, which we'll get into more. The idea of programmable money and how we can use programmable money to fund different projects without any authority or domination. So that's kind of quick intro.
Hello, sorry, I'm also late. My name is Shubhranshu and I know nothing about blockchain. So that is a good introduction. I'm a journalist and I used to work with Devansh. We work in central India. So many of you are from India, so you know north, south, east, west. We have Delhi, Bangalore, Mumbai, Kolkata, nothing in the middle. So that's where we're trying to use blockchain a bit. Land is the big asset and problem. Can we use blockchain to work better with that asset and problem? I'll talk a bit about that.
Hi, I'm Ramnath. I work for Blockchain Forever. We run a small, we run a fellowship program called India Health and Climate Resilience Fellowship, where we are working on public problem solving. Nothing to do with blockchain per se, but it's the blockchain. The name came because of the myth of the money was raised on blockchain, but we are largely working with health systems, the district administration, and also we have another vertical where we work on biomedical research and innovation, partnering across many eminent institutes like AIIMS, IIT Delhi, IITs, and other institutes of eminence to build the translation research and biomedical research in India.
And we also have Professor Prabhu
blockchain for funding is important, and then the second is like mechanisms, right? But there can be different ways to allocate. So I think the first thing is transparency, right? Like when you give out every dollar and when you receive every dollar, it's really important to track it, right? It's very critical for any kind of funding, right? So that is what blockchain provides, right? So you can track where the money is going and who is receiving the money. And second, which I really like is there is no need for a middleman, right? Like it is very important when the money goes out, it needs to go directly to the project or the person doing the work, right? Whereas we know in the real world, it takes a lot of turns, so which means corruption, which means other things, and blockchain plays a big role in reducing that. Third thing I feel that blockchain provides is programmability, right? Which is, there's a smart contract. Think of it as like code, where there are complex rules, right? When you give millions and dollars of funding, and on national level, like it's trillions of dollars, right? You need to have, like, imagine the overhead that is needed or that goes into distributing these kind of funds, right? It is humanly almost impossible to track or distribute funds which are, like trackable, and it's just insane how humans have been doing it, right? So blockchain is like you can actually have a set of rules and fix it, like put it in the code, and you don't need anybody to sort of enforce those rules, right? So blockchain has that capability, and using that technology, it sort of enforces those rules, right? It can be anything. It can be things like, let's say these projects need to achieve a certain number of, they need to hit a number of, like, let's say 100 users, right? And as soon as this project has onboarded 100 users, funding gets unlocked, right? So there can be any set of rules that can be encoded in the smart contract, right? So that's what blockchain provides. And the fourth thing, which I also find very interesting, is community participation. No matter who you are, where are you from, doesn't matter, you can participate and have a voice in where the funding goes, right? So that is extremely important, because otherwise, usually in the traditional world, what happens, there is a set of people, 4, 5, I don't know, whatever, who decides the funding, where it is directed, right? But it's actually it's a direct grants, you apply and then people sort of review the applications and then you get funding. But if we have to get community involved, if we have to, like, sort of innovate on how this is allocated, we need different ways, and that is quadratic funding is one mechanism which sort of was actually given by Vitalik Buterin, who's the founder of Ethereum, and Zoe Hidzek and Glenn Vale. He's an economist. So that is where I also just want to, I love this fact that a lot of this comes from academic world, right? And blockchain is like a playground where you take these things from the academic world and implement solutions, right? So just to, like, give a 2-minute thing, quadratic funding is basically, if a project has applied for funding, then it's not the set of people or a centralized group of people who decide how much funding they get, right? It's actually open for voting, right? So people, this project has to sort of market itself or talk about the impact this project aims to create, and it's actually the people in the community who decide whether they want to vote for it or not, right? So it's like one vote is equal to $1. There are like tens or hundreds of projects, and you can decide which projects to vote for. So if there's project A and there's project B, and both have received $100, but project A has received $100 for, let's say, from 3 people, and project B has received $100 from 20 people. So there is a pool of funding, let's say $500. The funding, the project B, which has received $100 from 20 people, so that fund is then allocated more to project B, right?
Yeah.
Is that confusing? So it's like the one the project that has received broader support, right, has gotten more funding as opposed to the project that has received equal amount of funding but from less people, right? So the idea is to make it more democratic. The idea is to like allocate funds in a way where we see there are more voices supporting this project, right? So that is quadratic funding. It's a beautiful mechanism, a bit complex. I don't want to shill quickly like Kevin Awaki, who's the founder. He has given a TED talk on what is quadratic funding on YouTube. So if anybody is interested, they can look deeper into it.
Yeah, I mean that just lays down why blockchain is called decentralized technology. I mean, you've just listed it out about be it programmability or getting community members to decide on who gets funding, and different mechanisms itself. And that's a great segue into our next segment of like what are the this technology. Discussing the real world applications of this technology, which is a great segue for you to just talk about the work that you do.
Yeah, so thank you, Nidhi. So, um, I work in broadly in the areas of automation, and then I got interested in data because automation leads to a lot of gigabytes and terabytes of data. And so naturally, I got into data protection, data security, and of course, analytics and insights based on all of that. So, over 6 years ago, I started working on supply chain securitization using blockchain. And gradually over COVID, just like Dr. Ramnath, we got a lot of applications for trying to make use of all of these innovations in the healthcare domain. So we were funded by an initial project through the support of the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Prime Minister. And then we received a CSR grant at that time to develop a blockchain-based healthcare information management system. So the idea then and now that I'm very passionate about is healthcare data interoperability. Chennai, where I am, is a healthcare capital. There is a lot of medical tourism here, but even today, patients, when they go across geographies or even different states, they struggle carrying their medical records with them. Although individual hospital chains today have electronic medical records, but there is very little interoperability, and the data, the control of the data is not with the patients. As per any international regulation, if you see, data should be controlled by patients, but that's not really the case. Even though we are the originators, the different chains actually in the end control the data. So, for example, if there is a large chain where I have an electronic medical record today, if I go and request for them to release that to me, for me to take it to another chain, for example, it's not going to happen. So, this is where I see a big use case for blockchain. The idea is if we can unlock the data that is available in all these hospitals and have a local storage, but of course, which they will all demand, but have something stored on the chain such that upon a request, a very specific file can be retrieved and put out into the global network, which then the patient can access from anywhere in the world. So this is the vision on which we are working on. In the process, of course, we have also started looking at AI, which is in the form of a distributed, explainable, reasoning capable AI that will then ultimately help us draw insights from this whole thing. So in terms of practical use case, this is one use case that fascinates me. Can we, enable this to happen? In a couple of years' time, I hope that a patient from Africa comes to Chennai or India, anywhere, have their treatment and then goes back with just their ID. And that ID will help us to retrieve their records, which is stored electronically here, although we have a solution, that is, our students have demonstrated elections on blockchain for our campus student bodies. And this has been happening for the last couple of years. We have an Asia Book of Records for this, and every student election happens on this software. But scaling this nationally will require the participation of bodies like Election Commission and so on, which is a long drawn out process. So these are a few use cases in the real world. These are different from the financial use cases you have heard so far, and but these are equally exciting and interesting as far as I see for rolling out blockchain for everyday implementation. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely fantastic, you know, that you got your hands dirty with this technology and like actually taking it out to the world. On that note, like, what are some of the things, because you've designed these products or platforms, and in the blockchain world, there is a lot of, there's a movement, in fact, of trying to make this technology more user friendly, because it's just too complicated for a layman, like a patient or something, to understand it. So how do you in your product like design it in a way that the patient doesn't know that it's actually been run on a chain at the in the back end, but it's definitely doing all of that work more efficiently? How did you go about designing
Thank you. That's a beautiful question. So indeed, that is at the heart of our design. Whether it is a patient or a hospital, they don't really need to know that all of this is on the back end. Because the moment I start talking about blockchain, sometimes the financial use cases are also a detriment to us. People immediately start thinking about crypto and payments and things like that, whereas we are not at all using them for those kinds of applications here. That is eventually a goal. So for doing it clandestinely and surreptitiously. The big, companies, social media companies, and so on, are using personal data for, targeted ads and so on, for which the end user who originates that data gets nothing. Similarly, there is a use case for that where patient data can be utilized. They can bank it and receive perhaps a portion of the monetization to themselves eventually. That is there, but we are not anyway doing that as of now. So the key design feature for us is to make sure that the blockchain layer comes in somewhere in between. So you have the front end, which is the UI, UX, and then you have similarly
what Sejal was talking, if money is centralized, all need to come together. If we are talking about inclusive, talking about what said, everybody should participate. Um, need democratic politics, journalism, participatory economy. That's where blockchain comes. Everything. So, like they, as I said, people don't need to find it. What we are using blockchain for, talking about central in more or Maoist violence. Today or this week, vaccine happening. But 20 years ago, a lot of people got faced. Simple story. Why am I telling that story? But when you're talking about rehabilitation, health of these, a technology which is inclusive, like blockchain, can be very useful. We're looking at Forest Rights Act, we're looking at all these rehabilitation laws. But what we found in blockchain, that's what we got interested in. There are tools, technology can be powering. Like in Forest Rights Act, um, I have ownership of land, but I don't have any paper because I ran away when burnt my Aadhaar card. Who is affected. We were already working.
Blockchain.
Was telling the main
this is really the heart what we are doing, especially with our program, that fellowship that we run. The first thing that what was working the problem as possible. The second is to actually of thought processes. One, usually when we're designing health programs, usually it's largely very technometric and very biomedical. So we said we also need the voice from, in terms of, from the idea of the social anthropology, the local context, politics, environment, and the language, everything. So someone who understands that, and also coming from that community itself, and also the balance between the gender, like one male, female. So I mean, not binary per se, but there is a voice, and actually working very close to the problem. One, the thing what we also realize that we don't spend much time with the problem. When someone says that, oh, we have this problem that maternal death is happening, then we always run right proposal. Okay, it's always a solution which comes first, and then we try to fit in with the problem. So we want to spend enough time with the problem and actually see what exactly is the problem worth working on, and that's something that we're doing with the not duplicating anything. We're not doing anything but very fancy, but really looking at what is the problem, what is the solution, how can we contextualize. So when it comes to blockchain, right now for health, except for Professor Prabhu was talking about, and few other applications, especially when it comes to logistics, not really tested. Wherever there is something accountably transparent, and something to improve logistics and incentive systems. I think blockchain has at least some ready-made application which can be tested, right? But also we need to build use cases. Currently, we don't have much use cases in terms of how it is applying for health in public health. As a technology, as a product, maybe that's not, but in a large scale public health, how can we bring it to the health systems is something that we are really open to look at and work. So yes, that's where we are. I mean, being inclusive, last person, making sure that the voices are heard, and also the design in using human-centered processes is something very close to blockchain for impact as the work that we are doing. And the idea is also to, from the table, the research, the biomedical research to the health systems, it's something that we want to link across. So if there is a technology which is developed, which is which has an application in the ground, we work with the administration, we help them understand, and we'll apply it and pilot and build evidence. So that's something that we are trying to do currently.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Ram. Is, we know that this technology exists. We have seen that it's a powerful technology. It's actually decentralization beyond the rhetoric of decentralization. And on one side, we have that. On the other side, we have different, be it public health or environment or different sectors that know that this technology can be used, but don't know how to, or in which, what use cases to apply it for. So that's a very important point. And to Devansh or Sejal, one of y'all, what should the blockchain world do to face more outward? That brings us to the last segment of this, which is, we have seen what blockchain is, we have seen the real world use cases or people doing stuff with it. But moving forward, what does the Web3 world or blockchain world have to do to interact more with these sectors that are very willing to use it, but are wanting platforms to explore use cases?
Yeah, I think I can take first stab at this. So, like in Web3, we've developed about 4 mechanisms to distribute money to a large number of projects. So I'll quickly run through them. The first is quadratic voting, which Gitcoin has used to distribute over $50 million to open source projects and even environmental projects, which is based on wisdom of the crowds, that if a lot of people in the community are voting for a project, it gets more money from a grant. So the first category is voting based systems, where as a funder, you lock up money into a smart contract and then you write code which says that the money can only be given based on either quadratic voting or token voting or conviction voting. And then they have these different mechanisms for distributing it. So that's the first one. Like as a funder, distribute money according to the votes of the community. The second one is curated registries. So think of it this way, that all the top people who are working in health, we create a registry of them, of all the top health workers. And then any funder can just put money into a contract and it gets distributed to all of those health workers. So like the most famous one is called Protocol Guild in the Ethereum world. And they've raised over $100 million to distribute to the people who work on the Ethereum blockchain. We've had a lot of people like BlackRock and Fidelity and VanEck, all of the top financial players who kind of run the world with like and control a lot of assets. They are now coming on Ethereum and they want to support the Ethereum blockchain. So what they do is they can just make a donation to that registry of all the people working on Ethereum's protocol, and it gets distributed to them. So that's the second way, like create a registry for each different field, and then it becomes very easy for a funder to just put money and it gets distributed to all of them. The third one is called retro funding. So retro funding, like the broad idea is that it's easier to know what was impactful than what will be impactful. So kind of if we look at the implementation of Gitcoin and Optimism, I think they've distributed over $80 million now in retro funding, where you can choose certain metrics which you value. So you can say that, okay, we value the metric of infant mortality going down. So now all of the organizations that have worked on this, you can just like say these metrics and that automatically proposes an allocation between organizations. So I care about these 5 metrics, and then boom, a list shows up showing all of the organizations that have helped and contributed to this metric. So these are the 3 mechanisms which the Web3 world has piloted at scale. Whenever I go to funders, they always say, show us a pilot. And yeah, we have a pilot for these 3 mechanisms. So actually taking these 3 mechanisms out into the real world is like is the way that I think we should engage. And the fourth one, which I'll talk about very briefly, which I'm working on at the EF, is something called deep funding, which kind of uses AI to decide how much money to give different projects. But the big issue with AI is that how do you know if the AI is good? What if the AI is like a very badly designed AI and it's giving money horribly? So how do you create a feedback loop for AI is like the question to ask when you're thinking of using AI to distribute money to people. And the way we do it is that humans are good at making a few decisions, but very bad at making a lot of decisions. So if there are 500 applications in a project, which a project gives, humans can do a very good job at like maybe 5 or 10 of them, like go into the depth, look at the project, study the organization in detail. So that's what deep funding tries to leverage, where humans make a judgment on a very few number of projects. AI is like a competition of AI. Anyone in the world can submit an AI model which says how much money each project should get. And then the question becomes, how do we choose between the AI? So humans make a few decisions, many AIs make a lot of decisions, and we use the few decisions of the humans to select the winning AI, and then the winning AI gives money to people. You can go to deepfunding.org. It's kind of like it's a new mechanism, and we are just testing it out. So we've not done a pilot on that yet. But I think this is how we should be engaging with the world. That hey, we've created all these amazing ways of democratizing money, kind of being able to allocate to a very large number of projects. Like in deep funding, we're giving it to over 5,000 projects, and like there's no way that a human judge can go through all 5,000. So we need to use AI to make a lot of decisions. That's kind of the
Yeah,
short
I mean, I'll one caveat to that is yes. Sometimes the Web3 world is seen like a cow to be milked because it's all about the money. The money flows in from here, but I think beyond that cash-giving cow, there are other users of the blockchain technology. At VoiceDeck, we use one such protocol which is called a HyperCert, which is basically it records any impact that an organization, community has, records that impact you on chain. Just like you have NFT, like similar but a different standard for impact on chain. So there are many such protocols beyond the funding mechanisms and all of that as well. And I think having some sort of ambassadors from the Web3 world, ambassadors from the other sectors, meet more often in gatherings like this would definitely help much more. On that, like just to wrap this up, we've discussed how this technology can do good, and it has that potential and is doing good. Professor Prabhu, if you can also come in on this, is you've had experience. Okay. So we can, maybe Shubhranshu, you can come in, or Ramnath, you can. Is you had experience working with governments, and we know that this technology is centralized and it's in a way a threat to centralizing powers. So it's hard to go to any government body and say, this is awesome and you must try it. I mean, all the inefficiency go away and it's like great. But it's in the Web3 world, we do find it hard to. So how should, going forward, what should be the strategy to approach governments at scale so that this technology can be used at scale?
Working with the- because every also which positive. I think journalists and involving them.
Yeah, I mean, is Professor Prabhu online? Professor, you mentioned that you have, piloted many of these uh, blockchain-powered supply management systems and all that in collaboration with the government. Um, how would you say what should the strategy be in dealing with governments in the use of this technology? Yeah, yeah.
how would you, what would be the role of the government, how to deal with government? Is it?
Yeah, what should be our strategy in interacting with governments in the use of this technology, and that too at scale? No?
Yeah. So governments have a very important role to play for sure, because blockchain at the end of the day requires a lot of infrastructure. So there is one point I wanted to cover, which is whenever I talk about blockchain, a lot of people ask me cost implication, because even though it comes between the end user and the storage, typically something like this resides on the cloud. Then you have the cloud usage charges. Then this also brings another important facet, sovereign nature of the data. For example, if data or a by law and also by means, those data should be within national sovereign boundaries. So when we talk about cloud, then we talk about sovereign cloud. Now imagine information being on the scale of a country, talking about millions of hundreds. Then the cloud use, cloud storage must start to up. Moreover, there is also environmental impact, because also carbon footprint of data centers. Such. So government has a very important role to play here. A lot of state government, also central government, have been putting the blockchain backbone. Tamil Nadu has Nambika Inayam, which at some point I was involved with. There's also West Bengal government backbone, Andhra state government backbone. So infrastructure, we can definitely request the government to work on. And when somebody gets, we can also come up with data centers that are more energy, more, for example, environmentally friendly. Can, for example, connect power and alternate are more renewable. Those kinds of can be implemented at scale and much better through. So in all of this, ultimately, when scaling up, government has to become a partner for us. And I think the way to deal strength, if you are dealing with government, they would like to know making impact. So if we have the impact, if we have the network, then government is, and we have to influence policy at that scale, make these things more practicable. So also in one of the startups where we are implementing this healthcare solution, we are now trying to actively work with to make sure that one, we have access to the cloud storage and the talking to you about that are hosted.
That's very, I'm feeling very happy listening to this. It's very reassuring to listen to this, because we have heard of many other countries exploring these technologies. For like Estonia had a big policy of using blockchain to maintain land titles and things. There are such experiments in Karnataka and other things as well. So it's a very reassuring that we have a world moving towards decentralization beyond rhetoric, and we have the world in safe hands thanks to like Professor Prabhu, Amnath, Shubhanshu, Devansh, Sejal. It's been a good first kind of experiment to have this blockchain pe baat on at the World Health Summit. Blockchain pe baat or crypto pe charcha, whatever. And I hope these conversations continue, and I hope to see more of the work in this space represented, being a part of events that are not necessarily Web3, be it a World Health Summit or an Environment Summit, and that. So I think on that note, we can wrap that up and open the panel for questions. Yes.
Hi everyone. For discussion. My question is perhaps to Dr. Prabhu from IT. So there's a lot of protocols, a lot of development in blockchain technology, and a lot of different cases can be solved by um, technology within blockchain. So how
Yeah.
do you evaluate which protocol is the best to use, especially in a public goods setting? And secondly, when you're implementing in the real world, where you have databases either already on digital repository or on paper design, how do you sort of interface with those and make sure that the same data is available on blockchain?
Thank you. Very good question. So we typically, we evaluate technologies based on the functionality. And so what I have found in my experience of that every different type of protocol has its own plus and minus. Till now, I have not found any protocol that fantastic. I recommend this to. So, in the context of public good, example, definitely we want to have call as permission blockchain, which can help us to um, maintain local network one. And in this, energy efficiency scale are very important for us. So, for example, if you want to run a chain, you can work on billions of tens of. Right? So those should be able to be scalable from that perspective. From a practical standpoint, Ramnath, here, Hyperledger example have almost standard, uh, you know, application as such. So it's almost like you start programming now, you use Python. It's being that ubiquitous. Such core programming language remain. So I wouldn't say it is one versus a community. Of community, if you're a developer, you care about if there is a community that is useful. Useful. So in that sense, an Ethereum or a are very good because there are very big developer communities, right? If you are an implementer, then you care about scalability, energy, efficiency, and so on, and so on. And over there also there are certain protocols that are very in terms of speed of transaction. Hedera has established that they can go all the way the order of the for example. So there are different factors to consider depending upon who you are. I cannot say one is better than the I hope I've answered. Sorry, I intertwined the answer, but that's the way. That's the only way you can answer those.
I'll quickly answer the second question first, which is how do you get regular data onto a blockchain? So TLS Notary. So that is a trustless way of taking data which is in the Web2 world and proving that it's come from there and putting it on blockchain. So research ZK TLS Notary. And on the first question, so this is actually where Ethereum is unique, which is that we have this concept of the layer 1, which is Ethereum, Hedera, Solana, and then we have layer 2 blockchains, which are built on Ethereum. So you can create your own permission blockchain, but it's already linked to Ethereum. So Ethereum has a lot of money, it has a lot of liquidity, and if you start your own blockchain, it's hard to start getting your users from like zero. But if you build a layer 2 on Ethereum, you can access all of the liquidity and users of Ethereum. So we've seen Sony, like Sony is a big company. They've built a layer 2 on Ethereum called Sonium. Um, and obviously Sony has like a lot of like regulations to take care of, but they could still build it on a layer 2 blockchain on like a layer 2 on Ethereum because they can customize it and program it. So, and like how, like where should you build? It's actually a question I've thought about a lot, and it like each layer 2 on Ethereum has its own culture and community. So if you're a financial institution, you should build on Arbitrum, which is a layer 2 on Ethereum for finance work. If you're in the environment or impact world, you should build on Celo, Celo. Celo is a good blockchain for impact related things. Identity is WorldCoin. WorldCoin is by Sam Altman and the full OpenAI team. They've also built a layer 2 on Ethereum called WorldCoin. So this depends on which community you match with and need.
You can hear me. I have a very short question. Sejal or Devansh can answer. You were mentioning, like, purely coming from the perspective where I'm trying to understand, like, how does this operationalize, I don't know, sort of way. So what I'm trying to ask is, how does community vote? You said that community votes, and who is this community that we're talking about when you're saying that, you know, community can go and vote and identify and select and then rank and all of those things. So who is this community here?
So the question is like, who's the community? So I think there are two things. One is like we talked about, public goods funding. It's a big category or niche in blockchain ecosystem, right? So when you sort of start, let's say, applying for your project to raise funds, which you should absolutely do, right? So you will meet people who are also in the same space, who are doing similar projects, who are building for, who are sort of have solutions for social good or solving for environmental challenges, right? So there is a whole community across the world, right? It's all on internet that you will meet, right? So that is first step, where you sort of apply and you meet these people and make them aware about your project, learn about their project, and they are the people who sort of support when they think that, this is a solution that should.
So like for workplace, if you want to create rules that your community is your workplace, you can use something like ZK email to prove that you have that company email account, and then every employee in that company is your community who can vote and other things like that. That's one example. Another example is like people who own that stock or that token of a protocol, they vote. So we see this as being very popular in the Web3 world, that if you have a token of a protocol, you can vote and decide on how it should spend its money. Another example is like with Anon Aadhaar, which is a protocol to get details from your Aadhaar without you actually sharing your full Aadhaar. So I can say that everyone in my PIN code gets a vote, and then you can create something in your neighborhood. So you can decide who your community is. Yeah.
That's actually the exact question I had when I entered this space, because I come from I'm an urban planner. For me, public goods means like roads and lakes and things. But then when I came into this world, public goods meant open source software. So initially, the community that was being referred to are these developers who are building these open source tools. But there are projects that are now using blockchain for real world public goods as well. So then that community definition is expanded to include, it can be your neighborhood, it can be health workers, like just think of a guild, or the classic self-help group or some sort of thing, cooperative kind of structure, which can now be on chain.
Hello. My question is again very basic and maybe too naive. I am from clinical side. I am basically a gynecologist, but I am concerned with the health of my pregnant ladies because there is a lot of mortality, everybody. So I strongly feel about it, and I see the effect of climate. And I come from a desert area where heat waves are real nuisances. And I want to be like actively involved in this. So I want to know how exactly I can come into this. Can I share data? Means I am not very like digital savvy. I may not know so many things, but if you can somebody explain me in a simple terms, I can do it. Second thing, can I have the contact details of Dr. Prabhu and you people? Because at some point, if I am like getting some problem, I can take some solutions. So that will be a great help, and it is really interesting, very interesting word, open access. And this is the young word. We people are really enjoying. We never had this luxury of that kind of a thing in our times.
That, it's a great question, because really, I mean, that's what we are here for beyond the panel itself, you know. Usually panels just dissipate beyond, it doesn't go on beyond the discussion, but definitely we will
I just-
leave a code and we will stay connected.
I just want to add to you, I am an intensivist, so I assume blockchain has a lot of application. Like I come from a government setup, so many times ICU beds are limited, so there is no transparency and a kind of distrust builds on. So people wonder कि चलो bed तो खाली हो गया था, but अभी किसी VIP को मिल गया or whatsoever. So and same thing is for scheduling of surgeries or OPD appointments. So transparency is a major issue. So we are talking of scaling it up, but I want to know from research perspective or starting it as a pilot project to scale it down to a thing like having some pilot project to have some transparency in OPDs or maybe OT waiting times. If we can implement that, then I'm just building on her question, then how to go ahead with that, whom to approach, and because when it comes to technical, like our neurons get twisted.
Yeah, I mean, I think both the questions have it's a very good question. Like, if there are people with an idea and they know that this technology can be used, what is the process? Like, whom should they approach? Where should they begin?
Yeah, I can give like very specific points here. So the first thing that you should do is get something called an ENS, that's called Ethereum Naming Service, which basically gives you a name on the blockchain. So if your organization is like, say, VoiceDeck, an ENS will be voicedeck.eth. So that becomes a unique identifier. Second step, create an open source repo on GitHub. A lot of the crypto world will not give you money unless your code is open. So if you want to do private code and keep it like, you know, intellectual property, all of that stuff, like don't try approaching the blockchain world, at least Ethereum. So that's the second step, create an open source GitHub repo where you can show activity. And then the third step, which Sejal can talk about more, is that every 3 months we have a Gitcoin round, a quadratic funding round, where every open source repo which is building on Ethereum can apply for funding. And the good part is that you'll always walk away with some money. Like, you know, like when I did my first round, I got like maybe $500. And then it kind of ramped up to $4,000 and then it comes more. So you build up momentum. So these are the three things. Get an ENS name for your project. What is the second one? Open source repo on GitHub. And then the third is apply in the dApps round in the Gitcoin's quadratic kind of rounds, which they hold every 3 to 4 months.
It's still so complex and where do I find GitHub? What is GitHub?
Yeah, it's
We
like,
don't know.
for you, it's like ABCD, but we are not
so
aware of
I
it.
think,
Yeah.
I think the next step would be, to really showcase where to find them first, and also how do I use that. Maybe that's what we are saying is that definitely there is a need and there is there is an interest to showcase, but we need to really come to our level. And then, to really make them like spoon feed, and then we are still in
Maybe a workshop, small workshop,
Yes,
online
so
workshop
this is
can
also
do.
a new use case
we
where
can plan.
it opens up a space for blockchain community to come to the hospitals and see what are the use cases that we can do and help them put those application in, and when they see that there is benefit of doing it, and I think a lot of people will definitely join.
Professor Prabhu, would you like to add something to that? If there are people or projects that are interested in exploring this technology, where should they start? Yeah, we have a WhatsApp group. We actually organize these smaller groups, like these community events in Bangalore. That's where I met Dr. Ramnath as well. So you can join that WhatsApp group, and we will. Yes. Professor Prabhu is he.
Yeah, so I didn't get the question though, in the sense that
The question is that there's interest in groups that want to explore this technology in some use case in the health sector. The question is, where should they begin? And in your project itself, like what were the first steps you took? Where should they start?
yeah, I think it's best to start small. Yes, I hear you when you say that I don't know what is GitHub, I don't know what is this one way. So, but what is this simplest use case? Essentially, we asked ourselves this question as well, in the sense, when is blockchain a good technology to use? So, wherever there is multiple collaborating parties and trust is an issue, in all those places, blockchain can become a good technology to underline. So I think you can think of it that way first. Like, what are the different problems that you're facing, where trust is an issue, and where do we begin? And then choose the simplest of those problems. The simplest of the problems, in my experience, are always of consent management, actually. So it's nothing more than that. In most of the cases, if you see, ultimately it just boils to just the simple thing. How do you manage, the consent to use a certain person's data or update it, for example? And then there's no simple way to start. Blockchain is, a technology that definitely is run by geeks. So, but what I would suggest is maybe, you can start collaborating with developer communities. There is fortunately, blockchain is one space where there's a lot of altruism. There's a lot of people developers who are willing to help out. And I think we could work through them as interns and so on, and then get started until you develop in-house expertise in your own team. I hope that answers the question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to pay money. Yeah. I mean, it depends on like how complex your app is.
So I can say, like, there are hackathons and a lot of developers who are also looking for problems, and they want to build. They have the skill of building, and they need people like you who can say, like, this needs to be built, right? So it's a lot about that collaboration. It's important to find where you can find these people. So probably in the groups that we'll be part of, we can share some of these hackathons, or some of the groups which you can further join to meet these developers and talk about it. And I just also want to quickly say that we are so early in this space. I think last few years or last decade, the space has itself figured out how really blockchain works, right? So we have also, like, there are researchers and engineers who have figured out this is how blockchain works. Like, somebody had to figure it out, and now we are in an era where we want more applications, right? So early, but hopefully in few years we will have better answers, and be more like, you will feel more like focused answers you've gotten. So yeah, super early.
So to add, one second, to add what Sejal was saying, that the problem statements, I think as a blockchain for impact, I think we would also commit to create a platform where people can put their problem, how might we statements, and it's accessible to everyone, whether it is can be solved through blockchain or any other solutioning. So the thing is that people don't know what problems to work on. So maybe that's something, a good point to start. It's a simple website where we can just give access. They just can put their problem statement. How might be there? Some rules. What actually needs to be a good problem statement to work, and some what you say, evidence that it is actually the problem. And then I think the community can take it up and really start working, and then I think we should do that. I think yes.
Let me add one thought here, and maybe that's your next billion-dollar startup idea. AI co-pilots are all the rage now. Maybe the blockchain community has to work on co-pilots that can work with even rookie programmers and make blockchain very easy for the end user. Right, so they don't really need to know everything because a lot of it is already developed. It's commoditized actually. It's all available in forums. So you just need to build an AI layer which works with the end user in a very no-code, low-code platform, and blockchain access on the back end. Right. So, yeah, Devan, so how do you feel about that as a techie and as a programmer?
Yeah, I think like transformative technologies have a way of like starting at the race starts again. Like
Yeah.
earlier, unless you were a Solidity developer, which is like there are 10,000 of them in the world. Like there's not a lot of people who can make
Yes,
Solidity
yeah.
contracts. But
Yes.
now with AI, we can actually like catch up very quickly if you're smart.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
think that's what's exciting. How can we do like what is called vibe coding, where the
Yeah,
AI is
exactly.
like coding for you? Yeah.
Yeah, and I think for us who are in the community, that's actually one way of giving back. I think if we can create these agentified, blockchain codes, which people can very smartly and use it in a very simple manner, I think that's a great, contribution.
Hello, I'm Dr. Vigna. My question is for Devansh. We are hearing a lot about quantum computing and like qubits kind of. Does it pose any threat to blockchain as a privacy and like how to navigate around it? Because a lot of time and resources are being put into blockchain.
So I'll start off because I also work on quantum, and then I'll let Devansh answer. So it is somewhat like how disease and vaccines spread actually. So yes, quantum computing now could be a challenge, but again we already have post-quantum cryptography in place from a few years. So nothing will be a threat, right? Quantum blockchain is well on its way, and we will find ways in which you can have cryptography in the face of quantum. With those few words, Devansh, sorry, I interrupted for a question to you. Yeah.
No, so I think it's a threat not just to blockchain but even to banks and other things
Everybody,
which kind
yes,
of
yeah.
rely on it. And the biggest difference though between banks and blockchains is following something called Kirchhoff's law. You can read about it, Kerckhoff, Kirchhoff, where basically it says that every part of the system should be open to the public except the passwords of the users. That's the only part of the system that should be secret. So if a bank is relying on the fact that we are the only people who have access to this database, that's why we are secure, it's actually only the bank and North Korean hackers. Like they have both access to it. Whereas in like blockchain, like every part of the system is open. Like you can come, you can inspect it, you can see it for yourself. So the North Korean hacker and like a good person both have the same level of access. So that's called Kirchhoff's principle, that every part of the system should be open except the passwords of the user. So that's where blockchain is unique. And how that applies to quantum is something I've not fully thought through yet. Like because banks rely on that secrecy to be secure, whereas blockchains rely on openness, and white hat hackers, they're called white hats, who'll see a flaw in your system because it's all open and they will tell you and then you fix it. So that's what I don't know how quantum interacts with that.
I mean, it was very interesting to listen this blockchain and AI-based decision making, etc. So we are at the receiving end. Public health, civil society organizations. We have a lot of issues like elimination of TB, malaria, HIV. A lot of tasks which we have as public health people. At the same time, recently we got affected by the stop work of USAID. So most of the projects which we were running on public health was funded by USAID, and all of a sudden, we need to stop. So this is not only happen in India, all over the world. So many people in African countries, Latin America suffering more than India because India's dependency on USAID was much less. But the issue is that, we have sometimes, challenges in programmatic decision making. We have challenges in, financial resource mobilization. So we are not able to take a decision on that. So it's very glad to see that this blockchain, though we know about blockchain a little bit, but we have no in-depth knowledge. So basically what I am suggesting is that, knowledge or awareness on blockchain, how we can use it into our programs and financial resource mobilization, etc. So that there should be some kind of interfacing between blockchain community and the beneficiary or the public health community who are working for the public good. So how can we fill up that gap? Maybe we need to have some kind of coming together, forming a platform wherein the civil societies and the frontline workers and other key stakeholders one side, and the blockchain experts like you people can teach us, we can collaborate and move forward to meet our, SDG goals, etc., etc. We have a lot of targets to make. I find this platform as a very good opportunity to come together, but let us see, like doctor said, how we can, connect it after this, 3 o'clock meeting. If you can throw some light on that, I'll be happy. Thank you.
Like that's a question I've been like thinking about a lot, and what I'm very passionate about as well. There are like 3-4 things that we're doing at some level. One is we organize little gatherings in Bangalore where we just get people from all sectors in one room, and we are talking about what is blockchain, what is the problems that you all are facing, and basically it's a place where everyone meets, like a small workshop or this thing. The second is a hackathon, which Sejal was saying. We should have, right now how hackathons run in the Web3 world is the prompt for developers to hack is very, it's either very technical, solving a technical problem, or it doesn't actually have a very good prompt. So there are like builders building whatever they want to build. So we should, like Dr. Ramnath was saying, we should have more of a format of hackathons where there is issues listed, and developers can go through that and see, okay, maybe they're interested in this, and developers maybe also go to the field, visit and see. I mean, it's actually building a real world project then. So we should move more towards that. Yeah, space. The third is there are people already working on this about spreading education about Web3 and blockchain technology in itself. People we know who aren't in India, but they work closely with schools, universities, trying to either have a course within the curriculum or even have a department of like this should be it, and this should be part of the things that the students study, no matter what could be the sciences or arts or whatever. And fourth is something I've been really advocating for. In the blockchain world, there are people with different expertise. So there are people developing, working on data and blockchain, AI and blockchain, different protocols, like you mentioned, privacy protocols and things like that. So there should be more ambassadors of these different pillars attending conferences outside of their community. So that should be incentivized, and having that interaction and collaboration is very important. So those 4 ways are definitely we should be working on.
Yeah, I just want to quickly add, like, when I had joined this space, one of my mentors always say that your first experience with crypto or blockchain should be like you earned $1 for doing something good in the world, right? So that's how I actually started, because when I had joined, like I used to, I organized meetups where, we sort of did onboarding workshops, even I have worked with projects who were doing beach cleanups, right? And it's very, you definitely need to have an ambassador. You can yourself become an ambassador, right? You can learn how to, the only things are needed, like you need to learn how to use a wallet, right? So that you can receive some payment in crypto. And then you organize, let's say, health camps, and you ask people to sort of do health camps. And once they've organized it, they'll get paid in crypto. It's going to take some time for that crypto to come to your bank. That's a process. But once you start doing it, you have already started creating a community, right? And you can use that project or community to raise funds from blockchain, right? So that does not really essentially involve building on blockchain to begin with, right? You can do these things, and this is how like sort of your community can also see, okay, you know, when you do good in the world, you can actually earn crypto, right? And then eventually you get that crypto as payment in your bank, right? So there are a lot of ways to get started. Would love for you all to get onboarded to Gitcoin, which all of us have started our journey in, right? And see how, you know, doing good in the world can really change lives. Yeah.
Just want to add, it was a great panel, obviously. And my point is, I just wanted to know from the entire panel, what are the downsides or limitations of this technology, especially for healthcare? What are the actual issues which maybe in long run may get solved, but now it, because of your lived-in experience with using this technology, what have you faced or what you think can really be a big problem?
Great question.
I'm thinking, I want to think more. The first thing that comes to mind is, I don't know if the question is like downside of blockchain. Like I think the biggest downside for all of us is like if this never gets adopted. Like I'm still thinking, but I think it's right now, as you can see, and it's a bit challenging to really explain or like share the importance of it, or like how critical it is to really start using it. Yeah, so I think that's what I'm thinking. But yeah, Devansh.
Yeah, I think that it's just like easier today to build an application in a Web 2 sort of way. Like just get a Heroku or AWS server and just build your app. It's like easier. So there's always like more technical work required in building a blockchain, and it's actually most useful if you want to build a community. So if the only people who are going to work on your application are your employees, then you're probably better off with a Heroku or AWS. But if you want people from all over the world to contribute code and other things, then you should build a GitHub. And then people are always worried that, okay, you own this database, so I'm going to be giving my work for free and you'll be profiting off it, and I don't like that. And that's what blockchain actually solves. You can say that, hey, we don't own the database, you don't own the database. It's kind of, it's a public database which everyone can contribute to and write to. And and anyone can build a front end. So when people ask me why should I build a blockchain app, my most common answer is that if you build a Web 2 app, you are the only person who can build a front end to your back end. So the back end is your database, the front end is what users see. But in a Web 3 app, the database is public and anyone can build a front end. So I can build a front end from that back end. You can build a front end. It's not like only the company is able to build a front end. So that's kind of the things that I would say. If you want to build a community where anyone can contribute, but they are afraid that you'll take kind of the profits or anything because you own the database, then like blockchain is an answer saying that, hey, when we don't own it and everyone owns it, so it enables you to build a community and to spread the kind of the app so that anyone can build front ends from it, and like, you know, all over the world it can spread. So those are the main reasons. Yeah. Maybe we'll take all questions all together. Maybe we can take.
Okay. Yeah. So.
We are already 10 minutes, so yours will be very.
Okay, thank you for that. So coming from an evaluation background, what I want to ask is that once the money has been, you have a community, people have given the money, whoever is interested in your project. So what happens after the money has been distributed? How do you evaluate the project? How do you know that it has been used, the money utilized in the for the purpose it has been given for?
I mean, at least when it's, so it depends on what your data source is. So for things like open source software, it's basically looking at metrics which are on GitHub itself. So because a lot of the money in blockchain has been given for open source software, we look at things like what is the activity after we gave the money, how many people have forked the repo, which means that they've tried to use it in their own ways. So those are some of the metrics we look at for open source software. But I'll talk about another project called Gainforest, which is in the environment field. And they use satellite imagery to evaluate different projects. So they actually have an algorithm where if a green area is like removed, then an alarm is triggered saying that, hey, there was more green according to the satellite imagery last week. So just like there must be something going on over here. So they work in the Amazon and in other parts where deforestation is a big problem. And then they reach out to the local community and say that, hey, we've got input that like this area is kind of, there might be deforestation happening here, so please go check. So there it's kind of like online based. But I think in general, like it's called the oracles problem, that when something is in the real world, how do you bring that online? That's like very hard. But if everything is already online, like GitHub code or like a journalism report creating some impact, all of that lives online, then that's easier to evaluate compared to having to send someone to the field. Because blockchain is like full digital. So how does that digital interface with the real world is something which even we are trying to figure out.
That's a question the community is asking. You have asked a very hot topic question. Yeah. We will be outside and we will definitely hang out.
We also have a pavilion on top called the, you can talk.
Blockchain point.
We have a pavilion at L3. Please visit us and yes, we are there. Yes.
Thank you everyone for being a wonderful audience, and thank you Professor Prabhu also for joining. Thank you.